Endwalker, the finale of Endwalker begins now. I think it's interesting because I originally thought we were going to do something like Fandaniel, Xenos, Hydaelyn, Zodiark. I thought that was going to be the order of it. I think we had Mutant Mantle, Hydaelyn to be able to take out Zodiark. This entire expansion has really subverted my expectations, and I'm actually really thoroughly enjoying it, which we have a little bit of a swap up. We've seen me play Paladin for a bit of time now. We return to, if I can actually find it, Scorpion Clan Samurai returns into the fray. Well, let's go. I'm in. Unicron. You see? Now. No, it threw everyone off. And that's
Zodiark being that early threw everyone off.
It did, but it was great because the expansion wasn't about Zodiark. It wasn't him being the big threat. He's not the big threat. He was holding the world together. Zodiark is actually technically a neutral party in this.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
He's just...
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Nero, please. Albert Wesker looking dead
We did
ass.
it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels.
Now he's the ability to work on them.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention.
Small Mega.
We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
It's on our tab.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois
Is it the Louisois?
protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us.
No, this room has great acoustics.
The Starship Ragnarok.
Oh, that's cool. What a way to tie up just 1.02. To have that through line.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Beast Trap. Yeah, mine are... I really didn't do any of them. I did a few. Yeah, I can see where there's space in this cutscene.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but For it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal.
Oh no, I would have the Namazu here if I had access to them.
Size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare. Not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
We summon primals just to sacrifice them to the engine. Please let this be a thing. It's so metal.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
God, it's so metal.
Care to explain for our benefit?
Well, they're a beast tribe, though.
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loperids are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Which we see in Eden when we stray our focus to get Tonka Truck Titan.
Meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loperit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
Wait a minute. The Noth weren't in this cutscene, though. Because I have progress on the Noth. They summoned, well, I guess technically they're the separate one. Like, they're not the actual Noth that summoned Nirvana.
Intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn
Oh, he's there?
gave us
Okay.
the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different cutscene. I'm thinking of the Beast Tribe specific
Am I the only
thing.
one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
We're not sacrificing half the planet, to be fair.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan.
Oh, yeah, he is there.
But none
Okay.
of us would ever turn our backs on you.
Yeah, dude, not dude is super chill.
When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
Moogle. Yeah, because I haven't done the Moogle's questline, so that makes sense.
In
That is static.
gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
I do dig this. This is cool. What a cool, like, so cool.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
I love it. And also the build up in, what was it, 5.4 with the kobolds. Oh, it's so good. I love Tiny Titan on his head. Have Sorab on here? Yeah. I mean, he is also literal Kami in training, to be fair. He's on that internment program.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
My God. Smartphones.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on 1, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
Oh, cool.
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I could see that being like a Eureka return mechanic in this area. I could totally see that.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
I think if they bulked up the Mempo a little bit, I think it'd be
If
fine.
you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Could have put it on a t-shirt. Exactly. I do like that Tiny Omega is here. Is that only there if you've done Omega? Or is that static? I feel like that could be something that was static. I go to the bridge. Oh, it's only there if you've done Omega. Oh, it's so hot. Super happy. Oh, where is it static? Interesting. Okay, so it is static. Okay, but so you have no idea what Alpha and Omega are then. Well, to be fair, Shadowbringers, you wouldn't have any idea who Grahatia was. Why is there small Omega in my cutscene? Oh, the Omega isn't static. Wind Up Alpha is, though. Okay, that makes sense then. I'm so glad I did Omega then. So glad I didn't skip it. Good raid series.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone!
I'm getting Eden vibes, actually.
Because I can't be bothered turning back.
Yeah, it's a mood. Y'all have everything? Well, if not, that sucks. We're still going.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
I had to justify the Loporits a little bit, but they've grown on me. They've grown on me in terms of the story and how they're actually portrayed. I do think the story break for me is the suspension of disbelief that the forum willingly was like, yeah, here, take our one arc thing. They don't have a backup plan.
Incredible.
That is my one, like, reservation, but that's a small reservation.
This is Forshano. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
It's such a cool thing. I guess this does remind me of download and stuff.
Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Yeah, so the number 14 shows up again.
Come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again. With feeling.
Come on, you're ruining the moment. Right how hard this attire goes. Oh, if it's Alpha, no, I gotta give him this 1W.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it. And do it well.
Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure. Come on.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond.
Amazing.
Ragnarok, engage.
Oh my god, please. I love that, man.
Engage.
Sleeping Way is an absolute unit.
Engage!
Wow. The memes, please. These go hard. Heaven's amazing choice here. Yeah, Torn from the Heavens, very appropriate here. I love the ARR callbacks. It makes it definitely feel like it's the culmination of ARR, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and now Endwalker. It is the end of the arc. This honestly kind of reminds me of White Base a little bit from Gundam. A little bit. A lot more pointy and slim. I wonder if Xeno snuck aboard. That man probably could. It's good guy Ifrit. It's Bro Titan. I do like this, actually. I really do like this. Because you get to see all the primals actually helping people. It's also interesting because we get to see them, because last we saw Tetan was technically the lunar primals, right, the corrupted versions, and so it's cool to see them given the chance.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Got him.
Do not sulk,
It's
sir.
good guy Susanoo.
My mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter.
I love that man.
Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel.
I love Susanoo so much. Yeah, he didn't temper in his fight. He just wanted a good fight. It's actually a very pure, pure-hearted primal. Whale. Garuda cannot be bothered.
As the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
He's opposite. Yeah, he is opposite Xeno. Yes.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free.
I do like Garuda's design in this. I like the wings trailing behind. Slipspace Rupture? Oh my god, we're actually gonna go slipspace it. I'm in.
Halo TV show, because it's a Halo TV show. It's a solid 6 out of 10. If it wasn't Halo themed, it'd be an 8 out of 10. Final verdict.
That's rough. 6 out of 10. Have you seen season 2 so far?
Yeah, I just finished it. And it's
wow.
That's what kills me so much. Is it's a good show, but it's a terrible Halo show.
That's so messed up. Oh my god.
Especially going into it as a Halo fan and knowing all the shit they fucked up, it kills so much of it.
I'm gonna hate going through it for Reach. I loved Reach. Love the book too.
It feels like rather than the games, they tried to base it off a bunch of the books and they bastardized the books.
Oh no. Oh no.
Especially season 2. Season 2, they literally put like 3 books into this whole season and kind of like ruined them.
That's rough.
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
Sleeping Way's voice messes with me because I can't pinpoint the accent.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
8 carats? What?
Alright, let's go over some points of caution.
Oh no.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
It is the void, the great yawning abyss.
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Pretty much, yeah.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, So you ought to believe in yourselves.
Was there a glitch in the middle of that cutscene? Did something glitch in?
Anything I wouldn't. Like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits. And you should as well.
Understood. We
Staying
promise
true
to be careful.
to her name, living way. No thanks, I choose life.
Just you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit. What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Her defenses here.
Greetings.
I'm getting Ubel voice vibes actually from this. Ubel from GX.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
We all can see her now.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
Fact.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control.
I'm grinning because she is a really good allegory for depression. I love this. This is perfect.
There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Necrod's already
Indeed.
plotted through
I've seen far
several
more
methods of
sorrow in
attack.
the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Yeah, yeah. Man has seen more than enough. Good guy, Thancred. Also, this does bring about emotions dictate reality. What is limit break? They're passing our limits through emotion.
Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Able to hold his breath. I mean, yeah, this is also true.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
What an interesting track.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I guarantee you'll be any help in these strange surrounds, but I've had readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Encounter any real danger, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Fortunately, this place can support life all but barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. Never mind, we must first find Thancred and begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems a good direction as any. Trying to stray too far, at least, lest we lose sight of one another. No, this is where you get your battle buddy. Because we don't know, really going into the situation, we don't know what Meteion is capable of. So, that is a fair assessment to make at this point in time, is you all need battle buddies, you all need light parties. I'm trying to figure out what language it's based off of. Ah, there it is. I know someone had said something about the text and stuff starting to get fuzzy. It makes sense as there's dragons out here, actually. Ruins of what I wonder. Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, inscription, anything. Look at this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top stitch is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive them. Having said this, where I've seen this pattern before. I feel like I've seen that pattern before too. Is that Asian architecture? No. Oh, so okay, so it's still Greek. Interesting. Metallic pillar has painfully melted like something in the distant, likely something in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, also by the instrument of destruction, often wrought by the heat of battle. I wonder if that's an allegory for nukes.
Or just physical heat.
I mean, yeah, that's also fair.
Oh, fitting that my mount roulette gave me this mount.
What? What is that mount? What is that?
Level checker.
Oh, yeah. It's Omega. Who might afford a better view of our surroundings? A poor decision. In hindsight, that's light from the ship, all shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call that, surrounded by floating debris. Oh, I do not want to accept that teleport. No, it's a very interesting location. I'm very much enjoying this locale. Then again, I'm also someone that has gone on record saying I love the Ring City and Dark Souls. End of the world aesthetics are definitely my jam.
I mean, you've been using the background for a year now, so.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes, a tower of some sort partially melted. Strange twist of fate. Seems our perception of the past is not so different as it would be elsewhere. Or as I see it, as feels as though I'm dreaming while awake. It's more than a faded memory medium led us to believe. No, there's a couple screenshots I'd use for backgrounds here already. Xenos is going to be waiting for us when we get back. That's my current projection. He's going to do something to hold us hostage or coerce us into fighting him. Be able to find anything? I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. Excuse me. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Both above and below? Okay. But suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then the chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted, and with feelings of death and anguish. And that is a dragon back there. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Oh no, only we can see the spooky Durgans. If any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. We will need more questions and we are in desperate need of answers. Fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. By searching there, then. A good way to introduce you to the area, actually. A word before we join the others. That is ether, though, right? That's spewing up from the ground. That has to be ether.
It's something.
Wonder if this is the formation of a new star or new world. There's a lot of ways that they could go with some of this information. This is going to be a really quick area, potentially, actually. Because up through here, we have 89s. You see them too, don't you, the dragons? Thought their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard Sarmar and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. These apparitions are related to the dragons that now live at Aetheris. Better to leave such conjecture to others. In any case, we must be careful. Soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish, what happened to them, I wonder? Yeah, because these are ether crystals. These are etherites. I was wondering about that, or if we'd have to take a node to get back here like Wurlet. And thus this presents us with the next set of information at this quest end. Is that similar to the dragon in the burn, by chance?
Dragons? Here?
I don't remember what that boss's model looked like.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow in shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
The final boss of the burn. Interesting.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, He managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul? In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word.
Infilia?
Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Classic Dragoon moment.
Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Thus, the space will unmake itself at some point, thus leading into the crystal and Hydaelyn restoring the world, and that's how we can visit it later.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
She's choosing not to. You capitalize on that.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Was there? I mean, I'll be getting to the beast traps. That'll be kind of an off-stream thing. Just because there's so many.
And they're long.
Yeah. Like the Moogle one alone is going to be a pain for me. Soul without body, a form of being which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, if we exist in a similar state when residing in the first, the circumstances are rather more dire than that. 'Tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Oh, excuse me. Allergies. Let us not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Justinian, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. As for us to you to survey these rounds, if there's a path that may lead us to our core, we must find it. Being here when everyone is finished. So these dragons are shadow and shade from world whose denizens sought oblivion, such they are not like to be amiable company, let alone conversation, so please let's be careful. This is my buddy. He was Cav Scouts in the, God, what was it? National Guard. We'll gather what knowledge we may. I can't remember if his dad was. I think his dad was some army. I can't remember. I don't press for details because some of that's under information that I can't know. Not of the star could they slender hands bring plague to our world. Their breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. What time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not overcome the ace in our demise, I bid thee leave. We crave not companionship, only silence. They actually kind of reminds me of on the bridge in Farron Swamp, right? The what is it? Oh, what's the stupid boss? It's the reference to the Dark Souls 1 boss. I can't remember its name offhand. Not Capra Demon. It reminds me of that, the Dark Souls 3 version, where it's overgrown and archaic. You know what I'm talking about, right? No, it's not Taurus. It's not Taurus. It's the one with the hammer.
Oh, the hammer.
Yeah, that one. Asylum Demon. There we go. Yeah, it's Asylum Demon on the bridge in Farron Swamp. That's what the aesthetics reminded me of. Noble race, strength, and body we only loved before they came. Metal monstrosity of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share. Conviction did get... have to guide them. Really? A crushing defeat, never have we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened with ignominy. We fly no more, and sink into oblivion. That's a lore drop there. I think one that we haven't seen yet, actually. Stray Demon, yeah, thank you.
What? A race of black and silver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a thing. That's just a casual drop of information. That's what didn't he speak in folly. I observed the lesson of stone. I shall not fly nor speak nor roar, only watch and wait in the end. One sight yes stir with my blood tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. I am all the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the way to describe such tragedy. Go, if it be thy will, I shall remain. Their use of symbols is super cool here. On Burdened Wings is now... there's 2 characters in the quest, or the title, that are different symbols. Oh hey, it's Kukafera. Bye, Kukafera.
Sure. Oh, the Silver-Shelled Dragon?
Yeah. Kukafera. Eventually they'll break aggro.
Yeah.
Hold. So here's the meta strat, right? Going into Dawn Trail, you have your gatherer at 90. You pop your sneak, and then you just go through this area with the sneak.
Yeah.
What a stupid interaction that could happen, actually.
This is how we gather in this area.
Well, I mean, but like you could cheese MSQ content if you are a high enough level, because sneak is up to 5 levels higher than you.
Yeah.
We actually went up here faster than I thought we would. Oh, egg. Led you here as well. Did they describe me as the source of their woes and proof of their end? I think I'm beginning to see why. Hatched and Glounder it was. I've seen similar in Aetheris. I guess Armor's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Nature said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. Then this is the fate of those who remained. Okay, so, well, this must be his then, yeah. May these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Battered egg, you find remains of an unborn dragon. The body's already begun to cope. Oh, that's rough. After red membrane covering the corpse, just it failed to emerge. Rough. Pulled inside the eggshell, noxious feeder is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in pulver embryonic fluid, and you return the egg to its resting place. Then didn't even make it, straight up. There's to have been broken from inside out. Perhaps the dragon that was within succeeded in hatching. All the eggs had been ruined. Wasn't even hatched. There's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. If you look for them, you start with the cliff tops, start with the plains. Yes, have the Dragoon not be in high places. What a novel plan, actually. It's almost like you have a jump. You know, you have like 3 in your kit. You could just jump up to very high places.
You have a little speculation here, since you just got to the portion.
Uh-huh.
With your black and silver things that fought the dragons. Behold, a black and silver thing that fought a dragon.
It's Omega's race. Oh, that's a cool callback, actually. This reminds me of Guthix in RuneScape, actually. A little bit. You see similar aesthetics in RuneScape. I kind of dig that, actually. No, he doesn't stream. He unfortunately does not. Not the malformed dragon! I didn't even get my fucking thing off.
That's fine.
It's so weird both of us are doing damage. It's weird.
Arm Discord.
Bolsterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. That was the hatchling, wasn't it? Yeah. I see what happened here. Was it your child? Perhaps some eggs within Omnal are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken the beast that has slain, maybe of my blood. Do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it was. Not a dragon in truth, but a remainder of our failure. Testament to our shame. Explain. Sent from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them road war and death, with fire, fury, rage, and rancor. We gave an answer. This is just following up from the Omega series. This is so good. Long Blade battle, but only the beginning. Bold chaos and destruction swept over the star, and the invaders were victorious. When they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. Survivors sought to put away their shame to rebuild a futile effort. Purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren and any eggs nurtured. Such desolation were fated to rot. What an awful pan. That's rough. Very few survived to hatch birds as abominations. We'll have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying into other stars. That there are many would make the attempt, each one bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the rival of dragons is at a contest for supremacy. Fires faded, wars lost to one, they too were reduced to ash and waste. First, those who seek life to be drawn into conflict to conquer or be conquered. Just like we now choose to break, we tire of conflict of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free of strife and suffering, still as stone. You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Riding Omega around is actually kind of insensitive with this information, actually. Like, it's...
So, you have now talked to one of the races that Meteion was talking to in the past.
Right.
Yeah, this is the one that just gave up.
Yeah. One of brood and silence, be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. Sole reward for the senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish I did not. We were. Now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will wait to hear what we have learned. Come. All the way down there. Fuck off. You would establish any meaningful contact with the dragons. They wish to escape with what they perceive to be the cycle of conflict. Thank you, Kizanistinian. For our part, I believe that we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. Sure, by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off, but sadly there is nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? Considered that and tried throwing a stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. It's a closed loop. I'm to presume that we see outside the space as it appears. Well, I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data at the surrounding area, so we no more think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. Meteion told us before the enormous emotions dictate reality here might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest which lead us to safety. What you're saying is we have no way forward. At present, if it's the emotion that governs Silent, perhaps it is not Meteion's but the dragons that holds us here. However, Kong could have chosen a path in oblivion to escape it. Rather, they have chosen no path at all. There's no way for the dragons or anyone here to leave the island to advance. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. That is the case. What recourse do we have? They're not like to be persuaded to help us. And their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife without irrefutable proof the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Actions. Meant to unmake us, and then they're Meteion meant to unmake us, then they're on the Ragnarok, and she wouldn't have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in this manner by overpowering prevailing emotions. It was Ultima Thule's architect, Meteion herself. I guess who Thancred did put himself in a clash of wills, though I marked no leader among them as such. Did change chance to encounter a dragon egg possessed of despair, far more potent than most, potent enough mayhap to dictate the course of others, and thus demand to follow. Spoke a few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone, threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain. It may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart. Mayhap one he will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him in the dragon's tongue. That will find him nearby, eyes fixed on the water. Wait, what are we to lose? Let's get going. Estinian could showcase some Nidhogg shenanigan or semblance or something to showcase progress that was made. That could be a thing. Because we really don't know the full extent of his transformation.
How much control Estinian has over Nidhogg at this point?
Not necessarily that, no, but we just don't know the full definition of what happened and what limits there are. Like the actual true definition of what happened to him. We got bits and pieces about Shade of Nidhogg and Nidhogg remaining on him, but nothing conclusive, and I was hoping we'd get to in this expansion. That's rough. That is a rough polygonal edge on that water. Very hard seam.
Well, that's also the shitter we use. It blends in very well without it.
Fair.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
Entombed is such a good word for that, actually.
Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Do it, Estinian. You got this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
That means their eyes should also have power, actually.
Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
That was a weird dialogue bubble. That was.
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
You deployed your staff as well, it seems.
Oh, that I did. Mm-hmm.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it.
The
to
notes.
Stare into the face of your foe and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity.
Like Estinian. Estinian is... I relate to that.
We've endured. We will not let you stop us.
Bird.
Estinian!
Stay back. That bars our way. The rest is up to you.
That would be Meteion, yes. The bird motif didn't escape me. Meteion is masquerading around, or at least living vicariously through some of these people, some of these entities.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us.
Yeah.
Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Yeah.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
How many party members are losing? Let's go. We'll probably lose Arianja and Y'shtola if I had to guess. Soundtrack here does go really, really hard. I like it. To consider that. So this does mean Omega is canon as a raid series. Despite Zodiac. No, Zodiac's canon, right? Because the skyship was there if we did it. So Zodiac has to be canon, at least in some capacity. Like, there was no Nier references there. But even then, Nier is canon. Nothing not canon. I hear Zodiac is not canon because of some of the references and Ultima being there. But I am far from the expert on this. Look there, the wind. So he's doing, I'm sure of it. Ride on it slow and see where it leads. Must this always be price paid for safe passage? Yes. Okay, so they're separate aisles. What a cool skybox. All of Zodiac Braves is also canon. So everything is canon. Okay.
Yes, everything we've done is canon to our story.
He found his way forward for us. Dragons remain trapped in the prison of their own making, lamenting for the horrors of war. Ysane knew them better than most. Man of honor and dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting off, no, just like Thancred. Sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give into despair, and we mustn't either. They have it transformed into a blasphemy. Let's press on for their sake. Let's set a test of your reflexes. There's still analysis that we must continue. He most certainly is not correct. Like saying Idgeen was correct. No, that's not how that works. A change in our surroundings, perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. A lot of verticality here. Written to learn more of it, and tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sand. It was named after Ultima the first time. So it's not that the spell comes from Ultima, it's that it was named after her, like an honorary name for her. Or for the spell.
Well, and she also casts Ultima.
Yeah.
It's a spell she created, I believe.
Man, if only there was a certain capybara VTuber that, you know, did Final Fantasy 14 lore. Damn, would be great.
I don't like reading.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it's Wii the pet I've seen around.
Yes. It's also the section you thought was the Omega raid, and I made you stop watching Fubuki for.
Were not black crystal embedded in the surface would appear as ordinary stone. Curious script hath etched upon it at last, not a language which I am familiar. Cannot say I recognize it either. Nor are the dragons from whom our call preserve their knowledge in song and issue written word entirely. We assume this is the work of another race one we have yet to encounter. Is it going to be the Garo ninja from Majora's Mask? Meteion claimed the dragon world would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life found here, not doth, went its way towards a similar end. This will be one of the ones that probably continued on fighting, I guess, potentially. Goes over there. Not sure, it's hard to make out from distance, but the surface seems to bear the same crystals of this monument. No, there's a chance we may have to find whoever built them both, or should go and have a look. Come on. Yeah, that's a drifting Ia. Fuck, there are ether currents here. I'll have to come back and get them. Yeah, they kind of look like the Garo from Majora's Mask. Those that don't know the Garo, it's the ninja from Majora's Mask, the ones in Akana. Like that the Fate is just called Dead Inside. Amazing.
Yeah.
I love the zone so much. It's so good. That one's a different color. I wonder if that's going to be a quest objective. Interesting. That's just the Garo. Sure, this is the most unexpected occurrence. Hello there, is this your home? Needed as forgive me, I had forgotten. Exchange of introductions is expected. When first meeting those with one of whom is unacquainted. Long. I love him. When the vibrations of vocal fold were still required to convey our thoughts and intentions, I believe was potentially she's referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this application. However, as for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkuj. Yes, Kofkuj of the Ia. Encounter beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. Assume we're having this conversation by medium of ether or dynamis in the space that is suffused with vast quantities that fascinating in either case. Gather your response to my presence is positive then? That as well, for there is something I wish to ask you. Like yourselves, the are ether-based life forms, therefore, maybe surmise that your bodies are comparable biologically composition to those we once possessed. Number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses, sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. Total life prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies, I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispense with our corporeal vessels long before we have rediscovered a need for flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms, however, written records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate. We have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people. It may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. The reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. It's so good. I love them. Actually, just KMIS cult. I love it. Though the need is perhaps too strong, or would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves of these etheric extinguishers, but such a death seems inadequate. Traditionalists among us believe the proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only within bodies of flesh. We'd very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. An exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious, wow, that is a word, exchange, I hereby invite you to our home, the boat of Ia, which we traditionalists prepared for our demise. Presume your consent to answer our questions is indicative to a tacit approval of our plans, in which case cooperation is greatly appreciated. Must caution you, however, be mindful of the of wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies flesh could be described as overzealous. If follow me, which is hence, hey, in universe for why they're aggressive, want to attack us. Remember, that's really nothing a complaining mind. And so we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like that of the dragons. Fail to see why civilizations so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. This is Y'shtola's moment. We will find no answers telling you here. Let us be on our way. Oh, hey, it's a lighthouse. First boss of lighthouse, the Luminion.
Yep.
I like that they show up again. That's super cool.
You only really see them like twice.
You see them in the lighthouse. There was once earlier in Endwalker we saw them. I can't remember where, but it was in stream. And now here. They don't show up a whole heck of a lot. I think it was during Amarat. Or something to do with the final days. However, most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though our quizzical expression may indicate phrasing is unclear. Speak, of course, of the violent crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures here. Say that they remain idle. What do you work to regain corporeal bodies? Your question understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. And if, in our idleness, we are struck by a sudden inspiration, rise to push said inspiration to its conclusion. That's why I present you for your arrival and why I continue to engage with you still. Solomon twinning, thank you. Yes, it was twinning. Others were not currently in a motile state. Rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Imagine, you just think about your friend's house and you're communicating with them. What cool little hanging houses. That's super cool. I love this. I would love more wacky, zany designs like this. There is no response. The roads. Yeah, they do, which is interesting. You wish to speak very well for a moment, if you would. Yeah. Got little sidewalks around their houses. It's so cool. I'm going to attune to that really quick.
Yes.
So there will be base Omicron. That means we have rule of three things we have to deal with here before we can move on. Is that a Luminion spider? Yeah, it is. Seek out, you ask. Or why seeker, and you ask if you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember what form did it take when I last emerged. I mean, they are effectively transient beings made of energy, are they not? So it would make sense that my house is just Anne Crystal. Yeah, they are just Luminion spiders. Super cool, actually. You can even see it, they probably retexture an actual spider and just put certain discs throughout it. Super cool. That soon fades into silence. Oof. Big oof moment, my dude. They also have a little pond. Oh, that's super cool. Oh, quick, wait a minute. I need to test this. Oh, damn. This would have been a perfect thing for Enix to hide a little dive spot in. That just, has just the entire underground, diving spot.
No, that's a good fishing spot, though.
Definitely a missed opportunity. Your inquiries yield satisfactory responses. The failed answer is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Or not, there are others who would who have needed these lodgings, and they will not provide a hindrance to remain as they are. Importantly, you say, since some of you did answer your request for non-justice, I imagine they'll be with us ere long. The roads paved to sacrifice. I love it. I love that that's getting more and more mangled, flesh abandoned. That's actually fitting because the mammoths speak in that speak with the triangles and circles and stuff. That's actually fitting because they're a very logical kind of race. And like, but everyone else fared enough. Quite few have awakened. Ah, there they are. They just float. Just maybe introduce to Lalak, Dudik, and Need. Almost read that as Nidhogg.
Too late, you already said it.
Yep. Went too long. Because I dare say Saturn IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until travelers brought to my attention, I had noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers, of course you are, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. They have little legs, I love it. Truth of the matter is plain as we see in the neighboring systems. My single count would fail to satisfy a requirement for scientific objectivity, thus I did bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Don't worry about it, Graha, it's fine. Nay, thou art not, in the absence of corporeal forms and divergence of it. They afford may have such similarity in voices unavoidable. By the way, Pikach, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? Which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form? I like that they just, like, pop their heads off. Oh yeah, so long that has been completely escaped my mind, it still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I, pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nidik, the archives have long been frozen last we subject ourselves to further dolor, certainly recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. Ah, yes, this is how we friend. We invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. By chance, learn something that I see no reason to decline. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you with the purest ether. Please tell me it's gonna be like Archon Loaf. Like, please tell me that, like, it's somehow going to be Archon Loaf.
Why would the Space Ghost know what Archon Ghost is? Or Archon Loaf is?
You know, because it'd be running gag. I would dig it. Probably won't be. Probably something strange. This is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionally sometimes refer to the word restaurant. Yeah. Now, if you would take your place on with your comrades, the space will soon be washed with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Well, there's ether out here. We're set for a rush of sweet ether, but it seems nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. To figure out how it worked. No, nothing seems to happen. As I expected, as particularly as one might recreate Ia's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule one. We're not simply generate ether here. Okay. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, very truth of their existence. Like the phantoms of the recreated Amaranth. Appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that this is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. You have your fill of ether. Last we couldn't absorb a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. How very unfortunate, may I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say, how very primitive and quaint. The thing that the mouth serves only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides, such life forms has long since vanished from our systems. I love them. We regrettably could not partake in the magnificent feast. Rest assured, we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but to wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us an explanation? Flesh and blood beings always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Alright, very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when EA possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. Transcending all limitations, we believe that we would eliminate sorrow and abide by true happiness. Tangibles such as land, and intangibles such as labor. There exists a myriad of hindrances to the progress, but most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressing, the middling you see, too short to really enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, we simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demands considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by failures of the flesh. As a minion, yes, you can. It's the Wii minion. I don't know where you get it. I'm assuming it's a dungeon somewhere. Means we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. Went to ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, so we finally decided to challenge the last of them of our knowledge. I do like the little reflection bellies. They deciphering the laws of creation. Thought to discover how the universe came into being, explain all existent phenomenon, and thence predict the future. If we could achieve this, we believe we would be able to free you from uncertainty and anxiety. Did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for a continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitives there would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of that ignorance. They're possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. It's those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. You need a rank 3 shared fate and Ultima Thule to be able to buy it with 500 bicolor gemstones. Ah, okay, thank you. Yes, though. I like this dude off on the top, like the right side of the screen, just chilling out there. We have delivered and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the boat, a place called Iligea. Is tradable, so market board. Probably fairly expensive on the market board. Like, not like Moon Cactar Mount expensive, but pretty expensive. Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn as it's such enlightened people to this indolent end. Where knowledge leads. I like the infinity symbol there. I rejoin the EA as trifling matter I would fain to investigate. Hit Graha may have trouble for your assistance. But of course, and thanks, we shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. And not with mischief you are plotting around you, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. Rest shall go on ahead to Iligea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Mount.
Oh, that's disorienting.
Huh?
Popping the emote for this mount and then trying to turn around is kind of disorienting.
There are a couple of those that do that. I get always like old RuneScape vibes from these guys. Super cool.
minions.
Yeah. This must have been wild on launch, seeing people just drift around here killing mobs.
There were so many people. This was an instance area.
Oh, it was an instance area?
Yeah, I think they could only hold like 100 people at a time. So
That's
there's just like multiple of these.
That's wild. Which makes sense how they divvy that out then. Place shall serve. The spring that is this the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray for my friends, but there's not to investigate. The pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we've established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arose in my mind. So faithfully formed are their simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons and Ea before either race perished in its entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon assumption consider how these two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceived emotions of those nearby as her own, by a sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation with their existence, or cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before one's despair. Even as she possessed the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, it is my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion unleashed Dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ea unto their doom. Where such is not always the outcome, full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. Or to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this: is this place where you stand? Whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? You tell us this now. Never will I betray your trust. That pledge I did make to my comrades and bring thee into my confidence, which remain true to my word. And for thee, let us consider my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. As now that thou returns the favor and abide in faith that I fulfill mine own destiny. He's going to sacrifice himself. It was him who stole on this one. Say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? Isn't delicate in me, I know full well, and I but can beg by forgiveness. Even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. Answer the question: in what moment might I stand strongest? Bait rank every week in Endwalker area and buy like 300 tickets. These are expensive. Ugh, it's gonna be a grind. I'm gonna be very picky in what I do. After all that we've been through, I can only say this: do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. Now, my friend, I shall. Without further ado, then let us join our comrades. Let's be off to Elegea. they have the base setup components here, like getting to a new area, getting, oh, hey, this is what you need to know here. But we are at a very expedited pace. So the next area should be more of an aggressive type of lusting for oblivion. She's already encountered 4, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world.
We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
Big Bang Theory.
Remained entirely in the bounds of your star. The phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies.
Yeah, inevitable heat death of the universe, okay.
All heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
Called it punny.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost, no civilization would rise from our ashes, no scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir.
Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
That's actually a neat word for that, exsanguinator. That actually makes sense.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
Once again, to choose to give up.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension.
Got him.
And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion.
Got him.
In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
This is her defying
Y'shtola, no!
Meteion.
You mustn't!
Interesting.
The most important lesson I've learned
Oriana's
is
just a red
that
herring.
learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
Yeah.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Bird.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
But you mustn't.
Yeah.
For it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on, and do not look back.
Both of them, maybe?
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
Yeah.
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
This Meteion let them finish their speech. You gotta give the heroes the courtesy of their speech. Almost looks like they're teleporting, being pulled away rather than dissipating into ether. Meteion could be pulling them towards her.
This? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Inside the giant granite planet jail.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew.
So how do you stop that cycle?
True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Oh, this whole thing is existentialism, and I'm loving it. That's a small Reaper. Ready to continue on. Let's make way to where the light's shown. You're still in your range. Have opened the path for us. Just a second, I close my door. Nice, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we are at the end of this expansion, at least the base of the expansion, so we're going to reach some plot point, story culminations pretty quickly. Skitter, 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 skitter. What enemies are going to be the next zone? I'm curious. I'm expecting more. I'm expecting... That is not an Aya. What? I mean, that's an alpha hunt, but I mean... Huh. Oh, it's Ita, not Aya.
Oh, hey, that's the hunt train's about to come through here.
Yeah. Go, congrats on your hunt train. Go do it.
They're not going to be around for probably 20 minutes.
Luminion. That is a fishing Pokemon. Luminion is a fishing Pokemon. Gen 4 specifically. Yeah. Finneon evolves into Luminion. Like level 38 or something.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the music's great here. Ether emanating from the arcane pattern. Portal, no mistake. Let's see where it leads. I'm expecting more tech-based enemies. Nerd, yes. Almost like I love Pokemon. I just don't ever really get the opportunity to play. Oh, this is that streamer I was watching. Okay, I thought this was a Megascape. Not low-level checker.
What they're talking about. Nobody plays Pokemon anymore. It's all about Power Worlds.
I haven't even seen anyone play Power World recently, if I'm being completely honest. Wait, this is
waiting for new content.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, yeah. Yeah, this is... Ooh, is this the source of Omega? Ooh. That's cool. That would be why there are similarities. I just need to look up. Seeking of the Generation, yeah. I like the massive bayou boat turbine in the back there. It's great. We're just on a big Florida boat. We got another civilization. Act as soon as you arrive. Not the most welcoming places, is it? Must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. Let's also get the lay of land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Far from the hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mistook, look at this terrain. Not knowing what locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. This area has gone by pretty quick, especially for 3 different locales so far. This ones will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I suppose we search the central area. Machines sprawling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like the ones you encountered, you will most likely attack any who venture too close. This is avoid them and look to others who appear more approachable. Yeah, because that one's called Beta. They're definitely Omega references. Level checkers, Beta. So cool. Well, they could have totally written this out of the story, too, is the fun thing. Means they don't seem inclined for nonviolent intercourse. Oh, that one has a purple destination marker. That means there's going to be enemies there. Okay, or you can just shroud. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough, Reaper main. Fair enough.
Yeah, wow. Have to get the combat faster so you can progress the story.
I feel like the Reaper Samurai Wars get really fucking real in raid content.
What?
Reaper Samurai, because they're both top DPSs, but Reaper just I think has an easier time of actually getting them to actually stick. Because I have to build my stuff up. It's going to be interesting going in the next expansion and seeing people in these areas.
Yeah. As they're going instead of nice empty locales for you to explore.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to be in instances. Missions in
this
across.
one's fitting at least when there's no one around.
Yeah, this one makes sense though. Like this is logical. This makes sense and helps with the experience, in my opinion. Oh hey, they got the leggy thingies like Omega F does. That's interesting. Stream denizens of the star. Unknown life forms detected, assigning generic level interplanetary travelers. Greetings, welcome to the planet. Could you please repeat that? Here's that hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated here as Alphatron. Of course, it's Alphatron. People, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you, stand within one of our outposts. Omicrons, you say, and what is that you do here? We are preparing for war against the dragons, right? We do not have a designated target. You have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you'll be taken into custody and or terminated. I love it. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. Also, you can learn from this fellow. You try speaking with the others. Night City and Dawn Trail. I think Dawn Trail is going to be a nice cooldown period from this.
It's a return to pace. We're going back to being adventurers.
Yeah, it's
saving the world, just going on a journey.
Well, RuneScape also had similarly, where we had back-to-back God Wars Dungeon 3 going into Zamorak, which Zamorak, I mean, literally one of the big gods from old school RuneScape, right? And after Zamorak, and we're no longer the World Guardian, right? Yeah, we need a little bit of time to set up the next act, right? And it took a little time to set up the Necromancy boss, right? We all Zaros is off in the abyss somewhere with Leviathan, right? Like, we need a little bit. Everything after the death of Guthix went hard. Yes, it did. So, like, from the death of Guthix all the way to restoring the Edicts of Guthix in the Zamorak boss fight, which, God, I need to stream that again. It's a fight that goes hard. I love it. Not good at it, though. And then now there's a power down period. We need that for 14, especially having a culmination of effectively 5.5, expansions, right? 1.0 is that half. 6, I guess, technically. Series companions instantly attack all non-Omicrons. With confusion, we advise that Sir's alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions or forces from us 6 strategic matrices. Designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability result negligible. Subject falls outside target parameters. You can tell where the Omicron's objective is self-enhancement. To do this, we would venture forth conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home of the world with the beings whose strength said to be without parallel the dragons. So this is them after the dragons. Interesting. Yes. Though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Yeah. I do like their Aetheryte, though.
Oh, I love this Aetheryte crystal.
It's so cool.
I forgot what I was going to say.
2008. I streamed RuneScape for a while. There's people that still want me to stream RuneScape. I just wanted to finish 14 first before going back to it because I have a lot I have to do. And we find it, however, best step outside the outpost. Come with me. I mean, I am max smithing in that, so I did want to do like a new, I almost said new light, like Destiny, new player event where I just hand out sets of like rune armor to people for free. Well, I do it in a heartbeat. Ah, there you are. Finish surveying the area, they will come to no surprise, but there was no way forward. Portals like this one that used to get there, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Before we must locate the embodiment of motion that bars the way. Know yourselves, did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following the victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Orion's description of soul who is yearning for oblivion, surpasses all others? I would assume the leaders. Orion just said this. I used to hold events and gave winners party hats. Like, honestly, yeah. Like, I would love to do that stuff. I have hired... I need to do leveling streams is what I need to do. Just hang out with people, do leveling stuff. Chopping vines in in Falador. I mean, I got to do that just to level up to 99, so I mean, it's worth it. Investigation before we joined you, Elegea. So, if you best you don't beat MMOs. No, you do not. I will. I can get caught up to MSQ. That's what I mean by finish, because I will still be playing this. That's the way of it. Still, what can you just say to all of us? You know the place is certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ea long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict as much as they may lead to destruction. It be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of their dominant emotion, I would seek out their leader, the Sir. M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke. There is a console by which we might communicate with it. Also added it be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? I saw that. I saw the victory just redacted. This might be Graha sacrificing. I can't even read what they're trying to get here. We get across with this quest name. We are in 90s now, too. Also, we see lies in the far edge of the isle. Given the nature of the growth, the route may be entirely direct as it seems. Let's watch our step as we make our way.
Data not found is the quest name.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to really read that. Not Delta! Besides, I need to unlock flight anyways before I do the post. So it's a good chance to actually take a breather and let the finale of this set in.
Yeah, you're definitely wanting to flight in this area. Because there's a fate that pops here not very often, but you're going to want to get that fate done a couple of times.
Yeah. How are you today? Hi, nice to meet you, Blade of Artemis. Hope you're enjoying the content. Ball.
Beta.
Ball. I'm going to get ball. I love that. So we just need to take out the 15 car, and then we just hop out of the car, beat them for their lunch money, and then leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to buy the lunar whale specifically for that purpose too. Buy lunar whale, hop out of. All right, fellas, let's go. Hops out of the lunar whale. 8 party stacks on an enemy, leaves. Sprout from somewhere, watching this unfold. What the hell?
What just happened?
Exactly. That might actually make a great video too. Like thinking about it might actually make a really great video.
Why did I just say we'll be here in 5 minutes?
I finished Endwalker a few months ago. I'm very excited to watch you do it. It's been very good so far. There's a very specific boss, Xenos. Yeah, he's your guardian Endwalker. I'm waiting for Xenos. I need to have this culmination. I need to just have this fight. It seems unresponsive.
Would be an awesome bait and switch if Pants and me were just fucking with you for the last like 50 hours. It's not a Xenos fight.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. After straight Pants just goes keck. Like that's it. Send tweet. Just scared to take a look at it. Before I do that is an ether, right? Or ether current over there. No, Endwalker's been great. I liked the Ring City in Dark Souls. Fuck, I might actually need to. No, it's not fair. Like the Ring City and Dark Souls, I very much do like end of world vibe type games and settings and locales, and I very much do live for good stories, but also stories that have incredibly charged elements. Like right now, going through this area, seeking oblivion for whether that's despair and loss, as with the dragons. The only logical conclusion is not to try, being the Ea, and this seeking end through what I'm assuming is just a whether never-ending conflict or loss of purpose. It's so good. Lunar Whale, get in loses, we're going ganking. I will drop $40 on the Lunar Whale. I will.
I have dropped $40 on the Lunar Whale.
Fat Electrician videos. He has so many good videos. He doesn't need to direct to his new videos. Got touching, smacking tune with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. There's very way activate their must. Crap grab reactions. Joe Cat's reactions are great. I've had to break some of his guidelines for tanking, but that's like going through Tower of Zot and having to pop 3 mitigations at once on a wall-to-wall. Like, you know the rules so you can start breaking them.
As am I. Yes. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
It's just a shtick shift.
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
Well, like islands anyway, right?
As you've doubtless surmised,
Yeah, that's what's a
I
guide.
believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
Calling back to the Omega
That's all
raids.
well and good.
Wait,
What does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
actually, this would be static. You wouldn't need to do the Omega raids because he's, Tia from the future heard about Sid Garland's exploits. That's actually a really clever way to write that in without forcing you to do the Omega raids. That's super cool, actually.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Yes. Use my custom-made Omega. Oh my god, is that an option from the raid?
You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the super weapon Omega.
That's unique if you've done Omega, right?
Wait.
Well, so is the
The actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
That's so cool. What a callback. I'm so glad I did that raid series. You can definitely cut it if you're in a pinch. Don't get me wrong, you can cut it. But
it works.
It's better to have that option, that experience to call from. Like this would not have hit the same if I didn't do Omega. The orb. You know what voice this reminds me of? Remember in Dead Space 2? Where you go into the supercomputer. Bach, you'll remember this. Where you go to the supercomputer and you have to do the little switch puzzle thingies, right? And it's the AI. Access to the core is unauthorized. It reminds me of that AI.
Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. Is the primary strategic matrix you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines.
This is going to be the one that turns into Meteion.
Directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Mm-hmm.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them.
Right.
I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Very familiar. It's the Omega music. It's Alphascape, right? And the when you're in the Omega raid instance, right? Like the actual hub in the instance. Probably. I haven't heard of the New Zealand family, but I wish him nothing but the best. He's been a super cool dude to interact with. Search the outpost. Also, I will try speaking to the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Gra could observe from a distance. Beings are systematic and tuned by nature. If there's any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. As I can say, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. I'm very happy that they didn't write Omega out of the plotline. So technically, I was not incorrect in saying this was Omega. It's just Omega and Endwalker.
Yes, this is the homeworld of Omega.
Yeah, or at least the recreation of it via Meteion.
Via motion.
Yeah. I'm about to pull. Let's go.
Yeah, having flight here is almost required. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends if there's any quests that if it's through quests or not. Because I found a few ether currents.
I think there's like 2.
Wait a minute. I can just check.
Yeah.
Travel, ether currents, Endwalker. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Oh my god, Jesus. They went.
There's 5 quests and. Well,
I am gonna have a rough time with that in post. I have to go.
5 quests.
I might. I don't know if I want to seek out help for that or not.
I would say for any currents you missed, quest-wise, you're gonna be on your own anyway.
Well, I mean that's fair, yeah. Speaking with Alpha, know that you can't hear the conversation. All appears otherwise normal. Where's the haha funny? There it is. I found it. It's no Omicron, it's an Abystoma, and especially a lively one at that. Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here seems to be completely in itself. Wait a minute, is this going to be actually a plot point? Is the Abystoma going to pop out during our confrontation with Meteion? That could be super cool, actually. Omicron stands duly next to the device, not suggest unusual behavior. Missed opportunity for it to have been named 2B. I see it back there.
What, the robot that's just moving?
Just zooming. But I can't even talk. I can't even touch him. Yeah, I can. He's just moving. Oh, fuck off. My brother in Christ, please.
Nope, there's no God here.
Because he's outside of... Okay, he does slow down eventually. One of the things is this lacking clear objective. Explore America content. Neat! Overcome wandering aimlessly where? You know, the one just zooming around. Oh, now he's slow. That's just insult to injury. Oh, I see it. Left the base, let's follow it. Yeah, flight would definitely help with accessing this area a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I can come across here. Yes, I can. There it is, the teleporter we saw towards the beginning, right? Or at least one of them. I definitely came this way. I must have used this portal. I'm gonna go through and see what we can find. Not the fallow portal. Oh no! Not Lambda. Just a tank. They reduce the ether currents in past expansions, so they'll do the same with when Dawn Trail drops, probably. Or they could keep it the same. It is well, did Shadowbringers have more ether currents?
I think so.
Okay, then maybe they'll do it with Endwalker too. Easily the hardest to traverse without flight. Yeah, Rev said there's one on the moon that gets a little rough because of a bridge somewhere.
Yeah, no, there's 4 findable ones in Shadowbringers now versus 9.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, it's current content. It makes sense.
Yeah. Use your reason to explore.
Yeah. What do, my dude? What is your query? Why are you slacking off? You got time to lean, you got time to clean. What are you doing here? I don't know. Oh my god. I am looking at the tree. Put in a new specimen. What is the device attached to it? Here's a sample collected on another star, as it cannot survive our environment, however it requires life support. That is the function of the device. But such like insane, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter protocol requires that we study it. This has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. He doesn't want to discard it. When I beheld the tree, I made it feel as though there was a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves like we did countless others. Conquer the star once the tree came. It's the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? It was made to behave in such a way, and to what end, I do not understand. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. Is acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. We must be possess the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. Leave this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think do you think I'll be mentioned in it? Maybe in a footnote. Oh no. Poor Graha. Really think so? That would be a... Nah, I shouldn't say such thing until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. We best get to our task. Backing out, starting understanding the nature of emotion, which bars our way. I don't think these quests give you XP at this point, because they're 90. Yeah, they don't. It's just skill.
Yeah.
Well, that's 1 out of 6 done. We're at 2 out of 6. I don't know. Point is, it's another 90 out of the way. Hello World. Oh no. That's a reference to Omega Savage. That's so good.
Hello World.
I still don't understand that mechanic. That's one of those I have to actually dissect. Question now the others wish to hear about the errant Omicron. I don't know. I get why people don't like I almost said Eden. I get why people don't like Omega. I get it. I think it's superior in terms of storytelling to Eden though. Dawn Trail is the same as the patch quest. Right, which makes sense. I mean I'm 90 right now, so I don't really care. Because oh damn. So it loads in. Oh damn. I definitely have enough 90s going into the finish of the finale of Endwalker.
We can play pretty much whatever the hell you want when Dawn Trail comes out.
Yeah, that's fair. Coding reference in general. What is it in reference to coding specifically? I actually don't know the origin of that. First ever super boss of the series. Was it? Because Omega was 5. Omega and Shinryu were 5. Were they really? I thought no 4. No.
Super boss before then.
4 did. Surely it did, right? Because 4's super bosses mentioned Super Mario RPG, I thought.
Nope.
Oh, weird. Fair enough. That's cool because units here were no help. All the same things say about extended operations unit that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business usual at the outpost. Very first program everyone codes. Oh, interesting. That's super cool. I didn't know that. At least referenced appearance of the first game, or at the very least what Omega came from. Right. Boris is just Bahamut. Okay. Have you learned something more useful? How to show and print stuff, usually a sentence terminal, very famously Hello World. Okay, so it's a programming thing. Yeah. Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. Unit maybe won't be positioned to leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As you know, Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, that they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. You're right, it would just be a remote terminal for him. Problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. If to probe further, they promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, it will reveal its true identity. We could attack the tree. Have an idea. Oh no, Alice and ideas don't go well together. Lightning on the console is going to make it stronger, much stronger. The moment should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. Aspiring idea, I say it's worth a try. Feeling you'd be on board this time, you must allow me to do the honors. Stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. It might be Alice and Graha this time, unless all 3 of them are getting sacrificed. Approach our suspect and divert its attention. But they go do crazy ideas. I'm for him. Don't get me wrong. He's usually Alice saying good ideas don't go hand in hand though. At least she can carry herself in a fight though, which is it helps. Observe very closely for anomalous behavior. I mentioned that shortly before you turned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. First I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps can only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Enough, and I will stand by the console, and if it is time, we will unleash a veritable storm. Fabulous ideas. Plus I'm a red mage at heart, so I'm biased. To be fair, good red mages, like, they go hard. I'm not a good red mage. I'm awful. Work, I'm sure of it. After all, comrades are watching over us. Run those, find our doubt-plagued Omicron. Well, I mean, good red mages, I mean, like, day one in content are invaluable. You literally know how to do every... I wonder what red mages are going to get in Dawn Trail. I wonder what you guys are going to get. I think you guys got some cool stuff you can get. Mount. We're gonna use you. Can't wait. I'm very excited for Dawn Trail. As someone that really is not even through post, I'm very, very excited for Dawn Trail. I want to see what story it tells ultimately, because a lot of this has been a continuous story through this arc, right? You can call this the Avengers Endgame of 14 if you want to, I guess. Like, it's the continuous story of it. So I'm very curious what Dawn Trail is going to bring to the table, what story they're going to tell next. Asuna, to be honest, I think Asuna on Red Mage would actually be super tech. I think that'd be really good. It would help out healers a lot, try to dispel stuff like Doom from, like, say, X-Death, right? X-Death Savage. Yes, it is. Are you the one that was orbiting the tree, or are you not? Feel glad I am to find you again. Question for you about the device which sustains the tree. But does not necessitate disclosure of restricted information very well. Has begun distracting Omicron, so now will strike the console with lightning. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my thingy? Alice, I need to find the axolotl first. Yeah, there it is. Couldn't find it. I'm post 90 thing, but it would be nice. Yeah, I wonder what, like, that's if you guys get a tech piece. It might be a combo extender. Or it might be a transformation, like how, what is it? How Black Mage, it's Fire 1, Ice 1 turns into Paradox at 90. It could be something like that. Where one of your variabilities, one of your spells turns into some big potent spell.
We already have big potent spells at the end of our combos. So.
I mean, what are your thoughts on Red Mage getting Isuna? I think that actually hold a lot of merit and a lot of tech for raiders.
I don't see it go. They're going to give us another attack spell. Okay.
Probably.
Something we already have.
Probably. Error, confirm my connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. Just leave it once to present myself to maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. The 90s full combo is so pretty. And that's the thing, like at 90, a lot of these classes feel like they have the tools to deal with stuff. So I'm very curious what their... I guess because tanks got focused on in Endwalker, right? With the mitigations, the 82s, Holy Sheltron, etc., right? I wonder if DPSs are going to get the next kind of glow up with one of their skills. Like an augment on an existing skill. What you need, my friend, isn't mantis to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That was the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Oh no, does not compute. They're a cool design. Affirmative. The other one. You mean, Viper? When and you sought to say this fact I don't know. Before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. Brain don't work sometimes. No, I get that. I totally get that. Viper's going to be interesting. Like, it's either going to be hyper high skill ceiling like Ninja, or it's going to be like... I don't think it's going to be Baby's first DPS, but it's going to be... It could be very simple in its rotation. It is going to start off at 80, though, right? So that's going to be a...
Yeah, it starts at 80.
That's going to be a rough one to get used to off the bat. Viper looks like trash. What a hot take. I respect it, though. If you don't like Viper, that's fine.
It looks like it could be good. It's also got a lot going for it, so it might just be flashy.
They could flub it super easily, too.
It is my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving my prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
He abandoned his post. Interesting.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
The robot gaining sentience trope. AI gaining sentience.
Our kind did not always work as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
They're kind of a Borg parallel, kind of.
But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme.
You work in the morning, Rev. You should probably go to sleep.
We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons.
I mean, as long as you're fine, as long as you're good.
Then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
Shit.
You were malfunctioning.
Exactly.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal?
Would you have to fight yourselves?
To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective.
With no follow-up.
But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
Destruction as with justification.
No threat to justify your purpose.
Self-terminate.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them.
And so that's abandonment of duty, and thus they just kind of just run out of energy one day. Interesting.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
Kind of reminds me of the Geth a little bit.
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
Really is a technological hell.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them,
You two will pass.
I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before.
Oh, hi,
We'll travel the
Dontrell.
lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
We had to take the boy with us across the sea. Like, so even then, even without Dontrell's understanding that these characters survive, right? It comes down to, you've effectively eliminated all of the Scions. There will be some bring back mechanic. I don't see them actually just ganking off the entire cast of characters.
When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before?
Is he gonna logic plague
Through the
him?
remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings.
Point in case Van Daniel
For my
on.
part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We're not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Bird. Well, and that is all 3 subzones in this area done. Oh no. Yep. Yep.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
What a banger track. Leaves Suzy, if nothing, how do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give them such a flick, and that'll be just the start. Fools, all of them fools. Crystalline path, Gra has paved it for us. Difficult as we must carry on. For our friends and all who await us in faith. Unless you got a path beginning. Appears to be near the next outpost. This song is a fucking banger. Oh, you played Ninja through AR Blade? That's super cool. I tried playing Ninja. I played it through all of Stormblood. It's not my thing, but I don't doubt it. Good Ninja is going to be absolutely just worth it in spades. Having that mug uptime is super relevant. It's a fun class. What did I end mine at? Yeah, I went Scorpion Ninja route. Like, they glam up pretty nicely. Boy. It is a neat class. I just never really ran it. DK and Tank Man for a while. I honestly have enjoyed tanking. It's very hard for me not to tank anymore because it just keeps my brain active. Sometimes I fall asleep when I do melee DPS. Portal has opened. And surely deliver us there, it must. Here's where the path leads and ascends to dizzying heights. Make our way one sure step at a time. Everyone's got this far, their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. Go for them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Accompanying you. Cool, company mechanic. Oh, that's a lot of fucking talking points. Jesus Christ. This would be really slick, though, the crystal staircase. Unless it's got some grainy like texture to it. You can just do New Game Plus, to be fair. Deckard would scout the road ahead. You're still, yes, this is going to be a reflection journey up here. Would trade opinions on esoteric subject. Graha would join in the discussion or else chat with them, with me and Alice about mission. Istinian would be at the rear party at present. All the while you would come and go wherever you were needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. So much quieter now, but we can breathe and continue to do so as proof that others are still with us. They are there, aren't they? Is Raban's AR voice actor? That's so fucking cool, actually. I loved his AR voice actor. Neural lights at the shine in the distance think they all could have for civilizations. Think that everything as part has gone to dust and people lost the despair of the stars floating in the sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration, and yet no matter how many worlds summit with their end, with you and Alice beside me, there's nothing I fear, no oceans of vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they're also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with sorrow I cannot describe, and truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came, and where we'll return, but from which there is no escape. I think that this, if I was watching a new player go through this, like a Sprout go through this, I would definitely tell them on this part specifically not to use a mount. I think that would lessen the experience. Photos barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far, much farther than we would be possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. Now we have known failure and frustration, that we have learned and growth from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with his mission, by this very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. At any moment now, I'll wake up in bed, and still a student, your grandfather alive, whatever, living fragments as though fragments of the other's light fade away. That'd be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it, no. I wouldn't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine, and they are me. And that's the thing. Lelouch from Code Geass, the movie Resurrection, does say a similar line where it's, what was it, Shauna, whatever the other, the antagonist, like, you know, oh, you could rewrite history, you could not be the demon. It's like, you would deny me my pain, the greater of who I am. It's denying one's experiences, and I am very much a fan of this trope. Oh, I still have plenty of legs left, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we'll make sure to bear a fair share of the burden. Rest assured, I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? That we can't afford to be too leisurely. Neither need we rush unduly. We have crossed an impassable distance to stand where we are now, and we're but steps away from journey's end. It would be over before we know it. Turn off mount music, right? No, I think having any overrides would be really detrimental to this experience. No, this hits hard. It's good. That's interesting up there. This is the end of the path, being whatever awaits. Be greater hardships, we may be made to feel powerless, yet come what may. Let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. What we have achieved now, it has changed for the better. That's worth fighting for and dying for, as they say. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound. I hope it all works out somehow. Still, for me, if I wish it were all the same, for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, I once want to be the one to help you. This song was great. This was a very appropriate song, a very appropriate track for this. And then silence. That's so good. That's such an appropriate silence. I love it. Almost. Normal. It's not like any of the cities we know, but deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts, there's simply no one here. Hi. Meteion. The light and darkness parallel is so good here. We're in the light, she's in the dark. This is set up very well. That was found when I arrived on the star, which once pulsed with life but no longer. How it ended, I do not I do not know. Invasion, sickness, word I can't technically say. None can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. No, the writers did know what they were doing with this finale. It's very good. I've been looking forward to this. There's no one here, neither the emotion to bar our way. Yet Meteion seems convinced it will turn back. What riddle is this? Second to last? Really? Meteion may have said it. We should confirm with our own eyes. We need to look back. We need to turn back around. At the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. I'm actually very surprised we haven't had a dungeon or trial here. Anyone here, perhaps you could try calling out. Do not respond. I like this use of silence. This is very, very good. And that's actually, I think, where you got the my background. Interesting. The bar, but neither patrons now for anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, the loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for beverages in all likelihood, and you bustle with activity until it was not. Interesting. Tree-like object. Long as the tree appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in place of an actual tree or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, tell a story. Kind of looks like it's made for like birds or something. Over the glare of dust, one can imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Oh, it's called Necropolis. Oh, that's so cool. I think K would be, what, potentially the correct Greek version, I think. Completely off ground, it appears to be a door, while the objects left could be boxes, letterboxes, doors rusted shut and filled with dust over, since no one has come here for a long time. This kind of reminds me of a, like, 90s futuristic style complex. I'm actually getting, like, some Chernobyl vibes from this. Cafe at the end of the universe. Yeah. So I'll say picking your way through the ruins, but otherwise find no signs of life. Often echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. We still... Not absolute horizon. We have a next area still. Will it be down? No, it's going to be up. Look at this. There was a little longer we could leave, take it to just beneath the dead sun. Suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything interesting? See, I noticed the same things. Cup left on the tables, chairs out of place. Don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. There's enough for now to find Alpha and compare what we've learned. He got all the way over there, to be fair. I do like the ambience. It gives the illusion of just a massive gnawing void. It's super cool.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
Azim's stone.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air.
In the wood, yeah.
I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen?
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin.
Meteion?
And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Uh-huh.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone. Even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Let's just get this over with. She's interestingly here.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you, overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars. Some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it.
What is happening in chat? What about Stolen Valor?
As many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
Good guys.
We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Okay, so while dealing with that cutscene, first off, I do take issue with the accusation. I'm going to say that first. Second, I clearly said my buddy is a Cav Scout. His dad underwent activities that I have no understanding or knowledge of, nor should I. And I specifically said I don't know what branch he was. I don't know if he was Marines or Army. So, going off of that, just a miscommunication. I understand that. If you're going to continue to try and make accusations, please leave. That is my one ask.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe.
Uh-huh. Yep, there it is.
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache.
Uh-huh.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
What associate?
He wishes to speak with you at once.
What associate? I don't have anyone left. Gaius? In the city devoted lets you sense the presence of another. Oh no. That's gonna be Xenos back there. Leading, if that is Xenos, that leads credence to my theory that he's going to hold everyone hostage and demand his fight. Star of 1,000 worlds weigh heavy, and yet she can walk on. I like that.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Small walk, RP walk is enforced here. That's super cool. Quest name, you're not alone.
You are not without allies.
Is that harsh font? That can't be.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice,
that Nanamo?
he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Oh, these are the conclusions that I crave. This is such good writing.
Victories are rarely won without sacrifice.
Rob on.
But the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
I think that's Ani Senna.
Save your tears for the Lord. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Lord Hien. Uncertain future. It's so good.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
This is Ocarina of Time-esque Rainbow Bridge.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
There's someone who doesn't analyze this. I'm not getting some of the voice lines. I'm not seeing who it is.
Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
It's paved with hope. That's the parallel here, I think. The music is great. I don't remember that one. Strong Art Thou Mortal is from who? That's not Midgard's Summer. Who is that?
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve
to others.
Nidhogg, maybe.
Let's finish this.
I'm waiting for the Xenos voice line.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest.
The Dragoon could make it. That'd be a very jumpable target.
I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place.
Zem Crystal?
You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
And thus we have a choice.
You must triumph.
Unless summoning our allies is the path forward.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
Came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Emmett Silk. Rush font. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, yes. Sorcerer of Eld.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious?
I do love
Worry
Emmett
not.
Silk.
We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle.
Is that fair?
So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration.
His sass, it gives me life. I do love Emmett Silk.
You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
Good man.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please.
No, they do not.
Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
It's gonna be the Elpis flowers. Maybe? Yep.
Meteion, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being.
She's not the final boss.
In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
There's a choice she has at this point.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair.
Good man.
In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
What an amazing way to wrap that up, actually.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Two opposing ideals. I love the symmetry. I don't like that.
What, you don't like the orb appearing from the star?
Nope, I don't like that. Nope. Nope. That's bad.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
She's gonna give it for him.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
I noticed the little bandana thing on the leg.
You're leaving?
They need to leave it to us now.
The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World.
Ooh.
The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
The seed of the traveler, after all.
I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
He'll never admit it, but we did good. I did notice. I noticed people were leaving the party. I didn't know why. That's actually super cool. I never knew what to say. The man in retrospect always felt the wrong thing. That's notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We'll see his tale to its triumphant conclusion. Bid the final curtain fall. There it is, Endwalker. You ready? We'll set forth into for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Then the dead sun swirls the emotions that Meteion has hoarded, most of his innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. It was the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, if not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacy of others that we arrived at this moment. It is by opening our hearts to despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share them in ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. No, you go ahead and get some sleep, Jace. So I'm here to help. All of you will help me. Dead ends now accessible. It's a trial? What is this? This is not. This is a dungeon. Not a lot of trials.
Alright. Yeah, no, this entire time we're trying to do this, like, are you going to even notice what we're doing here?
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
The others are bluebirds.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Oh.
It's my favorite voice.
The more its people clung to life, the more
There is
they
reading
suffered.
material I recommend you trying to read while you're in here.
Let's clear this pole. So glad Samurai is just off. Is just Wish.com Black Mage.
Wish.com Black Mage.
I mean,
Better Black Mage.
I don't have to root as long, if that's what you're insinuating. Mine. Oh, fuck off. 0.1%. That was rough. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh. Death is the only remedy to suffering. There is no need to be found in such misery. And always thus, beneath the waves we knew, only peace and plenty we wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually we ventured into the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking.
The dark water also poisons you, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that. Also, it's doesn't quite tell a story like Amarat, but there are definitely
Until they curse
interesting
not
map
their
markers.
owners, but their fellow corrupted.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Governor again. As long as I get my 3 stack, that's all that matters. Now I'm on cooldown. Rules not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever. Blue ran dry, spoiled, forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned into squalor. And then came the sickness. Our undoing, the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the tools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death follows. Indeed, existence is but most painful path to nothingness, and wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Caustic Ribeloff. Neat. Dude looks rancid.
Those who lived and
Yeah, the little otter
Those
things
who
suits are
died
called Ribeloffs. So. Yes.
I get it. Okay.
Oh, of course, that.
The wind is gonna just.
Really
The wind is just gonna blow him. Right. Never mind. I don't know. Wipe this there.
Necrosis. It's doom.
Just gonna run back.
Yeah.
It is a cool dungeon though. No, like I'm liking the pollution theme.
Yeah. The seas were stripped of their resources and the plague began.
So is that an Isuna Doom or is there a way to actually clear that?
This is terrible.
Okay. That's a massive healer check.
Yeah. You don't get it if you get by the anyways, so you're good.
Yeah, so I just need to avoid them.
Rough.
Yeah. It's just spicier ball snacks.
Yeah. Really spicy ball stacks.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
I do find that unnerving that this boss is begging for help while still trying to murder us.
Yeah. Oh, fuck off. I'm dead. I'm misjudging the gaps. Those are rough gaps.
If you get in front of the boss, it's easier to dodge them. See, there's a gap up here.
The gap. Why don't you mind the gap?
'Cause I really haven't had to deal with this mechanic yet. Is that a together marker? That was in fact a together marker. Yeah, I see what you mean about being in front of him. A little easier to dodge.
Yeah.
I'm about to die, though.
Yeah, that necrosis is rough.
Hey, if I can actually stay up this time.
Yeah, that's the challenge with this boss.
That's an on us. Yeah, I'm dead. Maybe? That's gonna be a rough one in roulettes.
Yes. On the bright side, that's the hard boss of this dungeon.
It's always the first ones I'm noticing, like twinning, but the hard first one was the hard.
They had never been born at all.
Oh, this in Mentor Roulette is gonna be
In
weird.
a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease.
Global Citizen.
Before
It's a super Earth.
destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Oops.
You're not a tank?
No, I thought the Citizen in front of me was, same thing I run into Captain Sastasha. Thought the NPC was the... Yeah.
You don't want to achieve that stuff. Nice.
I do like the aesthetic of them, though. Ooh, it's just me. Oh, yeah. Too big a pull. Dead. Oh, there's not many of them left.
No, we got most of them.
Feels interesting having double melee DPS here.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
The world beings should be first graced us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, assist with the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labor hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and that it once mirrored a nation's. Wars waged, countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel. World united under a single standard, no matter the cost.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
You're gonna want to mitigate fucking hard here.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna try to spread status as well as I can. Easy. That's a big boy. Holy shit, that's a Hulk Buster. Constructed the Peacekeeper Pinnacle of Engineering and Technology. Mighty War Machina was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters as well as any other potential threats the peace we have so long pined for. Artificial intelligence assumes that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculated precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All it remains is to stand and fight. Ooh, so it turned on them. Amazing.
And they made 10,000 of these.
Yeah. Amazing. I do like that the AI enemies are their special text box. It's so cool. Why?
Nope, not fine. A little too far.
But why would you hug me like that?
I jumped off of you.
Someone hugged me.
That was terrible. I don't think respawn.
How you doing there?
Pretty good, taking a nap.
Arm's length on me. If I can get my combos right. Seemed like it front loaded a lot at us.
Yes.
Use this just to build my combo manually. The gaps are smaller now, if you didn't notice.
Yeah.
not very talkative at these parts, but this is actually content I love. Good shit.
Yeah, like I said, the first boss is not a boss.
No. Yeah. This one was...
And when one asked,
It's demanding, but it's fun.
what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Oh no. Rough. The Super Sentai Glam we got, Moonfire Fair, might be based off that. Model-wise. Yeah.
I think this is still unique.
Might be.
Farther still existed a star without strife.
I hate this word, but it's just so bright.
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Oh hey, it's the slug things.
Yeah. This is also the rest of the races that Meteion was talking about in our status report back in Elpis.
Figured. Kershaw visit our star. Burwish proper these questions. What meaning does life hold? For where do you strive? Find a satisfaction. Bittersweet memories an age long past. Time when we were lesser in our Nistian's thought purpose, struggle to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise. We understand the gratuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. Alright, I'm here.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Durgan. That's the boss from Titania.
What, the Xeno 4?
Yeah. An Anthem giant enemy? A little bit. I'm gonna try to burst it down. The time when we were to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries, a dream shared when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed our legacy, though ourselves marking a worthy path our successes might follow, efforts remained futile when we recovered the keys to paradise to immortality. Individually struggled to know what was right. In today's perfect unity, there is not left a question. We are infinity, constricted by finite, but no more. For Allah shall grant us mercy of annihilation. Wow. They reverse psychology themselves. It's gonna be rough. This is just your average Blood Lily cult meeting. It's always the fucking Sphinx, god damn it. It's okay, they can res each other. Just blood mage cult things.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
It's fine. It does the whole arena, but it's only 4.
Yeah. No, his other mechanics, the one that's hard for me to read.
When Warm Glow is more painful than Decimation of the previous boss. Ooh, yikes, yeah.
Bathed in its golden
just
glow,
white made things.
They all slept happy ever after.
No, this is the mechanic. Oh, they put fucking arrows in them now.
Oh, they didn't have arrows in the past? Oh, that's fucked.
I've never noticed arrows before.
Yeah, that sounds like they'd be painful without arrows.
Yeah, kind of hard to tell which way a butterfly is facing if you don't actually know what a butterfly looks like.
Or on the fly, to be fair.
Yeah.
Is it anything like a Cerberus from Fallout? Is that what a butterfly looks like? That was a bad decision.
Bad time to jump in, huh?
Yeah. A little bit. I literally hopped in and I'm like, oh damn. Probably shouldn't. Yeah, these are fine. Oop. I overcorrected. Nice. Yeah, first boss is the difficulty check here.
Yes. And you're also you should be regularly getting Tombstones of Comedy and Causality because of the 90 dungeon.
I guess that's fair, yeah. Yeah, I need to be grinding some of these.
This dungeon also drops a minion.
Does it?
Yeah, it drops a median. The bird. Form over.
Oh, that one, yeah. Bird. Now a desolate wasteland. Oh yeah, we got causality and comedy. Neat. I didn't notice the leg on that one. I wasn't paying attention.
That you still
Oh, it's gone.
stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
Oh no.
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears.
Almost like trauma comparison. Or was it comparing traumas? That's actually fucking toxic behavior. This is exactly why.
But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
Yeah, like the white mages. I'll say, please don't give the bird answers.
But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and announce the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
What form will you take?
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Kind of reminds me of Priestess from Containment. Literally throwing planets at us. Classic Final Fantasy.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Mind the literal moon.
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike. What?
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone.
That's what I thought. This is the collective.
All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Hey, passage of arms. Ow. Multiple hits would hurt.
All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
Yeah, it gets them out of there.
Don't!
Good shit. Now we get to have a talk.
You gifted them escape and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more.
No, it's just me.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use.
It wasn't fair for Hermes to put them in that position either.
Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
That's a callback. Holy shit. Hey, Xenos.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me.
I'm smiling.
When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mana Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you.
I'm very much enjoying this.
I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
I was getting to
I
that.
assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken? I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Hmm. Unless we create the arena. Interesting.
Yes, indeed.
That is a 90.
It is a 90. Welcome to your first high-end trial.
I very much love this.
I am going to recommend BGM 100.
I will do that as soon as we're ready. I will be turning up the volume because I need to focus.
Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die. Utterly futile. Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Oh my god, really? I'm really struggling with that range.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains. Tis so lonely between the stars. We have seen the end.
It's not impossible to dodge.
The same end. Again and again.
That was an immediate fucking hit.
This is a kindness. If there is no happiness in life,
Phase shift.
there is only one place it may be found.
What 90 ability?
Oblivion.
fucking rough.
Dynamis.
There's that much damage with the tank, to be honest.
Yeah.
No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
I'm pretty sure that's just scripted. This is the next phase. Oh, I love it. Here it is. The good to know that that is an LB3.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
Oh yeah, there it is.
What I saw.
There's this track.
This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
Massive heal check. Holy shit.
Was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
That was a really good fight. I was wondering when that track was going to show up. That on EX is going to be god-awful. Well. Let's see here, Xenos. Where we fight, isn't it?
Well, enjoy your day with Xenos. I'm going to bed.
Oh, he broke chat.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain.
Okay, I'm also going.
Yeah, maybe good one. It wasn't fair to put Meteion
We
through.
couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
It's such a burden put on her. She didn't deserve it. Hermes is cruel for doing it. And even to the end as a Mon, he still couldn't.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time. On Atheris.
Our answers are often under our nose.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope.
She was redeemed.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You know, Stone. That could have ended badly. This is a fitting battlefield at the edge of creation.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Not yet.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void.
You have a hard bargain.
Such pleasures you seek for their own sake. And no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
You got me.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
I've been waiting. I have not looked up the actual song until now. I was waiting for this.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
I see that tidal wave.
Ha! Still fighting you, I see. Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Of course he has dragon moves.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking! Mine for the taking!
No. It is footfalls.
Of your reflexes.
There he is.
A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking! A test of your reflexes! A test of your reflexes! the taking! Ah, my soul! How it burns! I know you too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
What a neat limit break.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
He just even the playing board.
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! A test of your reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude! Mine for the taking! I have you!
Nice trick. Nice trick.
Mine for the taking! Of your reflexes. Have I overestimated your potential? I have you. A test of your reflexes! Ah! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall!
There's that braver.
This is my moment! Our moment!
That was a good way to end that. A very good way to end that. The mock tombstone. His scythe.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. What of you, my mirror, born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure?
Best conversations happen after a fight. They do.
Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
You could say that. That was a good ending for him. I see a lot of myself in Xenos. He has similar answers and ways he goes about things. I adore him as a character. And we'll leave Xenos here.
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought... Yes, you're alive. You're alive. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
That is the I am too tired for this. I need y'all to give me some space.
Show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone. Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
Yes, Dad. Yes, Mom.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain?
Soul-rending, but I'll live.
That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
I feel like death, but I'll stand.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
What a good finale.
That?
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Yes!
Welcome home, everyone!
So small. They cover such broad distance. Look at Tiny Omega. I love him. It's gonna touch down in the water, yeah.
Welcome home!
Have you played 16? I have not, no. What a neat callback. What a neat callback. We're gonna do this. I think that being able to go through and do a proper video essay on this, a proper long form thing, will probably be the way that I do this. I think that there's too much here. That was probably the perfect final fight. It exceeded all of my expectations, and I feel people are going to have issues with that final fight. I don't know if you can die or not. It seems like if you hit 1 HP, you just res again. But I think that that was the perfect fight to end that on. It was a perfect close to Xenos' arc. It was the perfect way to resolve Meteion. So the final process, yes. I'm going to let that sit with me for a few days. You have 5 rewrite charges. Okay. I need to figure out how that works in New Game Plus too, because I want to go. I'm doing that again. I'm doing that across several characters. Like, that is the perfect fight. The sound design was amazing. The actions was amazing. The culmination was perfect. I'm very pleased. I was smiling that entire time. As somebody that sees a lot of myself in Xenos, that was perfect. I also have a design concept for full Kip Dragon form as well. That was perfect. That exceeded my expectations. Okay, that's post is gonna be. I need to see how they wrap it up. I need to give me a few days. I need a few days to process this. This was amazing. Looking for his match. Exactly. Was he more ambiguous? No. Did he lose his way and cause a lot of death and destruction? Absolutely. Xenos is one of my favorite characters in this game. If not, really all of fiction right now, because of the way he's written. I had an event the other day where I had somebody going through a hard time, and they were breaking down. And so when Xenos says things like, I don't really understand people around him, I can logically understand, he can logically understand, but there's certain isms that just, I see a lot of myself in him. I relate to him a lot more than a lot of the other cast, and he is a character I've wanted to see through to fruition, and I'm very glad that I avoided spoilers for as long as I did. I need to see what happens in post before doing any long form content. I do need to take my time with post. I need to get caught up on React content. I need to do a few things, but this was a good bookmark going forward. This was a good bookmark to say that I did it, and we will go into post and we will see what happens. I have not played 4, no. I do know that post takes a lot of 4 isms. Xenos was our friend. That's what's important to note. I love it. It is a very heavy expansion. I've had a lot of stuff happen in my life. Not as bad as others, worse than some others. And I come out ahead. Past and future. Also the dichotomy in their dichotomy in how they set certain things up is great. Xenos and the were like on differing sides. It was perfect. There was so much. What cool concept art. Or Hermes. The older games are going to be a wild ride for me.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation,
you'll need a vacation.
We are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yeah.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
He has grown so much.
At least, that is what the story will be.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
Good guy,
I'll hold you
Stinian.
to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Someone's got to keep
Someone
information.
has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order.
Yeah.
And even a super secret organization requires a super secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Amazing.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
There is a lot of dialogue. We will, we're already at 5 hours. I'm going to count this as post. I think that's fair, as it were. Let's count this as post, and we can save that, or I can do a follow-up. I don't know how much is left in this quest chain, unless this is all the dialogue that has to happen, but I am exhausted after about, 50 hours across 5 or 6 streams. A little tired, but let's wrap this up in the next one. So thank you, everybody. This is the end. Then if this is the end, let's do it. I'd rather finish on a complete note, because if it's 6-1 next, then yeah, I'll just finish it. Let you have a moment to talk. Yeah, I'm glad that you could be here. I'm glad that a lot of people could be here. Sign stepping away from the public eye. I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. Speaking with Krav, decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Aldessian. Only am I indebted to Master Geluf. Give me a new home. That our order never existed. I've never been set foot within the Crystal Tower. 20 minutes. We can make 20 minutes. How differently thy life might have been. Never met you. Never become a caretaker at the tower. Never become a scion. a chance to get so much good and hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to the doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Will you recall the realm of the Omicrons? Who asked if you thought I could maybe someday be mentioned in your epic. It is true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing gives me a greater joy than standing with you in the here and now. It need to be some grand endeavor. It need to be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you. I hope that you will do the same for me. And that's the thing about streaming, is that you can meet so many cool people. Like, I appreciate everyone that comes out. I'll hold you to that. As we've already seen, there's still so much that we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we haven't encountered survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. Well, given how they looked at the stars, it wasn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. Did we encounter a werewolf traveler awaiting commands that will never come? Would them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find a purpose, a new dream? Or if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Whatever your plans may lead, don't hesitate to send word. Should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. Saying our farewells too, I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. One can be easily recalled or remembered. Nestled amongst these memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetherius and the ancients, glimpses of the Aya, or of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if we should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. The issue is panic. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but even have I balked the idea of binding the subject to my studies into a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we speak, capture it in our words, it will invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. The event is described as sad. Summation of it fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word of the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but many, if not most, deviations are a result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling upon one or the other, so the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing my account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. I thought that my search for wisdom would be painful fare indeed. Say you in this matter. Did I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only are shared, seek to preserve them for posterity? At least give someone else the chance to read it. I shall endeavor to open what I can, and what I can of the Ea and the ancients and so many of the other wonders. But I'm no scribe, it will be less polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. Will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, the safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me. The venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Did you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery? Know that I'm at your beck and call. Never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. They've all grown so much since ARR. Man, a few words. If you have something to say, then out with it. Well, I thought you adventurers had a number of ways to earn coin. But the sign's mode of operation has changed. We should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as the guardsman of the Imperium District. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment and have. Oh. Days ago, a Hannish envoy rapped word from Vitro. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed. It pertains to dragons like as not. Avner, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteion. It was not too late for those who have already transformed. Life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Those who sought refuge in Charlie and most have already returned home. Many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlie if they wish to work and study. Vitra was always the Satrap in truth. Gratifying to see him become one in name as well. When it was the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. By myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not quite so long ago, would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives. It is clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Richard's kin sought release from conflict, so weary were they of the suffering. Whereat they sundered into oblivion. But the God's armor didn't give up. Opium made his journey to distant Ithers with its clutch of eggs. Through his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men. There were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. Their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I may never have learned had I not joined you. If you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Champion and savior, I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. It sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear you were in a bad way. Healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. This is hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look what you've accomplished, Meteion defeated, her song of oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. You had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Nerean has a tomorrow to look forward to. I could ask for no greater gift than that. For a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Ariasha as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the signs on the world stage. Don't ever mean to end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We will do our best where we can, where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you should tell her I'm faring well. Leave it at that, eh? I need to mention this feeling uprooted, a feeling of being uprooted. Never want to stand still for a long while. Think of home. This is the Rising Stones comes to mind. How many times we set out from this base since returning when our work was done. On the day the stallions came together, I hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. Or did I expect to find one here myself? Indulge me, Kip. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. If you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. Well, come running and you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller into the bargain. It's always been a dream for her as it comes closer than reality with every step the Scions take. We must still be in throes of change, but it is improving. See it happening day by day, and I sit here praying to whatever new road you will walk bring you the wonder joy you deserve. Need rest between your journeys, do come and join me, or the terrace for old time's sake. Now has spoken with our comrades. The parting was not forevermore. It is nonetheless the occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path. Navigation of such farewells is perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark on a new beginning, bereft of purpose as a vessel the moon yet remaineth hospitable for creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors commune with the Forum, intent on assisting some new and beneficial role for your solitary satellite. Yet ere they may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across the lands in the name of mutual understanding. Edelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star. This is of an own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible and inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded. Their abiding affection for man results in the boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. I did not wish to presume. To be honored should be consider me a friend, for 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. I shall digress no further. They should belong to the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Ofttimes hath mine reticence caused thee grief, mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. Yet here amongst you I still can stand, no amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead I do proffer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs flounder across stormy seas. Ever shall I answer my summons? In your preparations, have you? Just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. In case you hadn't heard, we received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. The situation is gravest in lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. Now the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also have reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was the area in the northeast empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlie and 2 may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's all over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should well be within the capacity of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Isn't to say we won't out where we can, of course, as individuals. No more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald and Alpha Node. They were among the worst affected, so need all the help they can get. it's a good wrap up for all these characters. Won't be easy. Inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem, to save every lost soul. No matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. Find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of our many moments of triumph, accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect when you've activated the teleport, like when you activated teleport without warning. Did you hear about me? I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere trying my best. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, when we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Fudgy's fudge. Pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. This regular letter you see to my parents. Busy as my father has been tending to the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concerns for the Scions. Besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort will set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlotte. Halcyon are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Certainty remains over. What will become of the nation? We cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We join those members of Ilsbard contingent while stationed there. CN Maxima Helm. Relief effort. Support our allies. People of Garlemald are among them. We're to be joined by those who have finished treating the temperate across the lands. Unless you understand, we do not seek redemption by failing Lucina and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. Truth is that whatever ideals individually may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. Though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, greater powers involved in the relief effort allies may well find themselves drawn into political agenda. Going, we seek to ensure the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we may better help them begin anew. By all means, full glad to be free to visit and believe Super Alice as well. Fairly as long as I've been in Ears, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and been bad. How many times we've gathered to share tidings, none could possibly keep count. The world is changing, I'll continue to do so, and yet no matter what the future brings, hope that I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, the dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. How are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to fight you in the Ultima Thule. Oh, this is cool to have her as last, too. When he came to me in Shrine, I was truly torn. However, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, you might at least aid us in our cause. So I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. Knowing that state you were found in, couldn't have ended very differently. The decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. She did do the right thing. I was relieved to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. Wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the forum with my nerves getting the better of me. I always tell you and the others. Must and will do better. I'll begin with restoration of the students of Meteion. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen our ties with other nations that we may be better prepared to face when threats arise in the future. Has their own theme. It's so good. Like, the themes have been great. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully, Ancha's help and Raha and Ojika and other remaining members together will continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may call upon seasoned adventurers. Such times might you be willing to assist us, not because you feel obliged, mind you, feel lured to the task itself. Just something interesting rise, I won't hesitate to reach out to you. For that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, thinking of sending everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please, at risk of spoiling the mood. The time for departure is upon us. My capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Argos horn. Oh, yeah. Dog. Oh, these are so cool. And Footfall's orchestration, yes. So good. And this is the end of 6.0.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Mood.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Footfalls is such a good track.
Fair point. So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Oh, that fourth wall. Okay, never mind. It's just median. I feel that could have been a fourth wall break. What an absolute expansion. That was good. That was worth the extra 20 minutes. Yes, then tell my friend our journey will never end. Ooh, this is post on the bird's leg. No, I know it was Heidelin's mark, I thought.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
This is pandemonium.
And yet, something stirs.
This is pandemonium.
Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
That's gonna hurt.
Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Pandemonium's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. I need a full 8 stack for that. Well, I know Rev needs to get it done. Engineer Endwalker request to unlock new content to become available in Ultralian. You know, enter the dead ends with the NPC players. That's super cool, actually. Champion of Theorists. Many more adventures await you. And that is where we're going to end that. That was a wild experience. I am very tired now. So I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you everyone for watching, and I will see you in the next